getting started here in just a moment. Just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Now let me move the scooter. Scooter's blocking Beaver. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How you doing today? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Got a concert to go to tonight. I figured we'd stream for a bit first. Seeing Jesse Wells. Had some political wins yesterday. There were a few important ballot amendments to vote on in Missouri yesterday. Both of those were. Both of them got like at least 80%. Like 80% of people voted against these two ballots, these amendments. So that was good. Then we had that big win in Michigan. Just feeling, off today. Not quite sure why. Hmm. kind of weird today. Gathering my thoughts. I'm just having one of those days where it feels weird to be a streamer. I sat down, I was getting everything set up. I pull up the question box, and there's just one of these types of questions that I get every once in a while. Thankfully, it's not all that often, but it does happen. Just some, like, sort of invasive parasocial type questioning. It was submitted anonymously during off hours. It's just, that's the kind of stuff that makes it feel weird to be a streamer. But yeah, give me just a minute. We've got the question box open. So we'll take some questions. Outside of that, I might just play some more Project Zomboid. I might hop on the community server. Actually played on it for a bit last night while I was off stream. That is weird. I know, it's just... like, there are people out there who don't understand that, like, when you're an entertainer, you're a broadcaster, you're trying to be entertaining. But there are people out there who will make assumptions about things. And it's just not really a form of parasocial behavior that I'm interested in engaging with. Anyway, thankfully it doesn't happen all that often, but I'd say every couple months or so. Guess I just really wasn't in the mood to see that shit today. Oh well. It is what it is. Question box is open. We've got a question in there waiting for us. We'll be getting to you here in just a moment. I just need to focus myself. You know what? I woke up, I was having a good day. And I'm gonna have a good day. It's been a good day. It's gonna be a great day. Locked in. See how Beaver will just cram himself into that tiny little cubby? He loves to nap in there, but he has to really squeeze himself in. Then he just kind of spills out from it. It's just spilling over. Doesn't really help. That's my guru right there. That's my meditation coach. That's my guy. Right. We're locking in. You know what I want to do? I need to practice my throat singing. I started picking it back up. I was outside practicing and I was getting pretty loud. I was making some new notes that I've never heard before. It was kind of crazy. But I do find it to just be very relaxing to do. It's become an important part of my grounding, I suppose. It's important to think about. That's... If I had a catchphrase, it'd probably be that. I catch myself saying that every time I say that. It's important to think about. vocalization as a form of regulating your nervous system. A dysregulated nervous system creates a great deal of stress. One of the things about having a dysregulated nervous system is that if you spend enough time in that state of being dysregulated, feeling out of whack, it starts to feel normal for you. You forget what it feels like to feel safe or comfortable. And there are different grounding exercises that you can do to calm your body down, because your body responds to anxiety just as much as your brain does. So it's a great way to help you feel more calm and balanced, even if your mind is racing. It's something that I started practicing in earnest. It's been several years. And I remember in the beginning feeling like, this is silly. How is this gonna help? But with persistence and patience, you really start to notice the benefits. Anyway, that's why you should get into gardening. It'll teach you all about the satisfaction you can get of planting a seed and seeing it all the way through to fruition. We settle for those short-term dopamine hits, those little bite-sized nuggets of satisfaction. It's what the current state of entertainment is doing to our attention span. But that's like fast food for your brain. The satisfaction you feel of seeing plans put into motion, things coming together. You feel it deeply. You feel that shit in your bones. It's the kind of stuff that lasts with you for your life. Feels good to put in the work and see things come to a finish. The real trick, however, is in recognizing that all of the satisfaction does not exist in the finish. There is joy to be found in the act of doing. There is appreciation to be found in the growth itself. As a continuous sort of self-propelling motivation. So I guess my question for you is, what is helping to propel you? And what might you need to get a little more kick? Or is your momentum good? There's nothing saying you have to go any faster. You live life at your own pace. But if you want to get unstuck from something, you do have to build up a little bit of momentum to wiggle yourself out of it. Anyway, where I started off with all of this was talking about the importance of vocalization. Your throat is another part of your body that can hold on to a lot of anxiety. Have you ever felt like it was hard to get words out? Have you ever felt some sort of tightness or restriction that made it hard to produce sound? In some ways, it's a learned thing. It can happen as a result of our experiences. I also believe that there's a certain biological component to it. Just think about it. If you're in a dangerous situation, what would you need to do to help yourself survive that situation? That's what anxiety is doing. It's preparing you to survive a dangerous situation. Sometimes the way to survive a dangerous situation is by keeping very quiet, very still. So it explains a part of it, in my opinion, but it's a part of a bigger picture. So, anyway, where I'm going with all of this is if you want to relieve some of that tension, practicing vocalization is a good way to do that. You're just vibrating your throat. You're vibrating your airways, and you can do that to help relieve some of that tension. It also helps to relieve tension that you might be holding in certain parts of your face, because we tend to hold a lot of anxiety in our face as well, a lot of stress. Jaw muscles, brow muscles, a lot of tension held up in the face. And what you'll find is that if you can vibrate your face at different frequencies by making certain sounds, it feels nice and it helps to loosen things up. A really easy place to start is the sound that you would make whenever you eat some tasty food. You ever eaten something really tasty and you just go, Do that. Just intentionally. Just put as much as you can into that sound and just see what it starts to shake loose. But anyway, that's what I need to do, because I didn't do any type of vocal warm-up. And it's kind of, you're supposed to talk a lot when you're streaming. And I have a pretty mellow voice, so I do need to warm up a bit, because if I don't warm up my voice, I'll sit here talking like this, just grumbling my way through. And I don't think anybody wants that. I don't. Not me. So I just need to wake my face up a bit. That feels better. Feels like a nice stretch. All right. We've got a question in the box. Let's take a look. I'm living with my boyfriend at the moment, after having fled my extremely controlling and abusive parents. Alright. I just want to put something out there before we really even get into it. If you are leaving a situation that has been extremely controlling and abusive, it is perfectly understandable that some of those feelings that you're still processing might get directed towards other people in your life. It happens all the time. Transference is super common. You know, you have this reservoir of frustration related to someone else, and then you find yourself in a different situation where you feel safe to actually start processing those emotions, and some of those emotions might start to spill out. It happens. It's part of the process. Your healing lies in recognizing what has impacted you, having been in this situation, so that you can stop the cycle and promote a better set of behaviors. Anyway, let's get into it. Although it's been 4 years with my partner, it felt that some things started to feel a bit tense with him. I see. I'm more of an early bird person to be more productive. He's more of a night owl, wake up at 11ish to 14 p.m. latest, I'd say. I tried to discuss with him if it would be okay for me to wake up a bit earlier than him, but he said that I would wake him up in the morning if I tried to get up earlier than him. Oh, sorry. And, okay. Sorry, I was looking at two screens. I lost my spot. to get up earlier and complained that sometimes his family do some family night activities which can last till 10 to midnight times, so sleeping earlier, he estimated, might make me more tired during those times and not participate more. Sorry. Anyways, I just feel that although I didn't have the happiest times as a child, I had a moment in my life where I think I felt on point with my personal goals, in the sense that I managed my life a bit better than I do now. I mean, yes, there was the less good university times where I was pushed down productivity-wise with constant self-sabotaging, this strong learned helplessness that nothing would get better because of the time I was still financially controlled by my parents during studies. Why are you punishing yourself for your growth? It sounds like you've done a lot of growing since that time. But it feels like you're still kind of punishing yourself for who you used to be, when it's time to celebrate who you are today. It sounds like you've had some really good growth as a person in this time. And you're really trying to focus on your goals and working through those goals and improving yourself, but what if you were to start engaging in those family activities with your boyfriend? What if that's the area of your life that could use a little bit more of your attention? You know, it sounds like you've done a lot of work on yourself. It sounds like you're in a pretty good place. But maybe in some ways that's what you feel like you're missing out on, is that family time. Because the idea of family time to you is not fun. You know, I feel like you brought that up for a reason. You know, you got all the ingredients together, and right now you're cooking. And so maybe that's the area of your life that would benefit from a bit more of your attention. Just trying to feel what family is supposed to feel like, instead of just what it has felt like. Just a thought. Another thing being my boyfriend's tendency to be easily frustrated, times of arguments where he pushed me to explain a behavior I did. For example, if I play a video game and I do a wrong move, he would ask why I did that and explain, but that answer isn't satisfactory for him, so he asks again. It sounds frustrating, but this is something he could easily grow out of. It just sounds like he's being a bit pushy. And you know, if that's the biggest complaint to be found in a relationship and everything else is good, I see that as a win. You know, it's something that a person can work on. Something that a person can grow out of. Maybe it's something that you could teach him how to do. That's something that I see as important in relationships, is finding someone that you can learn from. Finding somebody who can teach you how to do stuff. Because there's going to be things that your partner is better than you at. Things that they can teach you about. They might offer you certain emotional insights or certain understandings, different perspectives. That's just the way I view it, being in a relationship. Somebody you can grow with. This can go beyond just gaming topics. That makes sense. Just... It sounds annoying, don't get me wrong. It's annoying when people do this. But I also recognize why people do it. And I also recognize that many people do grow out of it, because they realize they're being annoying, so they knock it off. Am I giving people too much credit? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. I've talked to a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different types of people, and most people that I've talked to are pretty reasonable. They might have some beliefs that are kind of out of, you know, they might have some very interesting beliefs. But what I found is that most people you can work with. But I just wanted to know how I can communicate to him that my need to wake up early is something that makes me more productive in things I have to do on a general basis, without triggering that sort of defensiveness. Thank you. My husband used to do this when I was learning to play bridge. I was like, you're not helping me get better at this, right? It's like we owe it to be the best teacher that we can be. If we expect somebody to know something that we know, like, do we really know shit if we're not able to teach it to the other person? In learning, you will teach, and in teaching, you will learn. You will learn more about yourself, about the other person, by actually taking time to engage with them and teach them. Instead of just insisting that they need to know something or explaining why they don't know something. It's like, I don't know, it never came up. How can I know what I don't know? In reality, I feel like these people they're frustrated with themselves for not being able to teach it to you. They feel frustrated because now they have to teach you how to do something, and they are insecure in their ability to actually teach you something. That's a good way to call it out, though. You're not helping me get better at this. Teach me like you want me to learn this. Could you please teach me this as if you wanted me to remember it instead of just... If you want to get up early, get up early. If you want to get up early, get up early. You know, if you don't want to wake up your boyfriend, try not to wake him up. You know, put on some white noise in the bedroom. Close the door. It'll be fine. As long as you're not running a blender. People who operate a blender at 6 in the morning, what are you trying to prove? People who are out there firing up their blender at 6 a.m., what are you trying to prove? Like, what are you doing? Trying to prove to yourself just how healthy you are? You're saying I can handle loud noises first thing in the morning? It's like, okay, good for you. I think it's just a morning person flex. People do this in different ways. Some people do it by firing up their lawnmower or their weed whacker. The thing is that night people tend to keep it down if the day person goes to bed earlier. Not all night people, though. Some night people will be bumping music. It's like, hey, can you turn that down, please? Personally, I find in a relationship, it's nice to have overlapping schedules. It increases the amount of time that you would have to spend together. If you don't have to wake up at exactly the same time, but just within an hour or so. Maybe there's a compromise here. Maybe he sleeps in for an extra hour or something. I don't know. If you wake up around the same time and you go to bed around the same time, there's more of a chance that you'll just be able to spend time together. And that's part of the fun of having a relationship. But yeah, I would recommend, if your significant other is going out and doing stuff with their family to have family time, join in. Especially if you've had a hard time with the concept of family time historically. It could be a nice way to find some healing. I think 6 a.m. is probably the earliest I would ever get up. And even then, it would only be if I have to get up that early. I'm not getting up at 6 a.m. unless I'm getting paid at 7 a.m. Otherwise, you'll see me at some time between 8 and 10 a.m. I found that to be my ideal window. Somewhere between 8 and 10. Any later than that, and I just start to feel silly. Any earlier than that, and it's like, wow, I really must have shit to do today. Trying to get an early start on the road trip or something. You know what I mean? Hi, Brain Domain. That's us. That's all of you, too. We are collectively the Brain Domain. Sometimes people call me Mr. Brain Domain. That's not my name, though. The Brain Domain refers to us collectively as the group. I am a filthy socialist, after all. I wanted to ask for your general thoughts, advice, or tips on self-study learning. I want to learn some new things, but I seem to be terrible at committing to my self-studying for the long haul. Ah. You're browsing. You're browsing, and that's okay. It's like you're at the library. As a kid. Do you remember going to the library as a kid? Maybe you hated it. I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. Because I liked to read. That feeling of, wow, there's a lot of stuff out there. There's so much to learn. That's still true. There's still so much stuff out there that you could learn about. And so it makes sense that you're going to do some browsing as you work your way down the buffet before you decide what you really want to commit to. It's also okay to juggle a few different things at a time. You don't have to fully commit to one topic. You know, if you're interested in history and politics, you could dabble a little bit in both at your own pace. It's not like you have to sit down and read Capital. It's a big book. Look at learning like tending a garden. You're going to have all sorts of things growing. They're going to grow at different rates. They're going to need different needs. They're going to need different needs. Exactly. You get what I mean. Different needs to attend to. And so it's okay to have a diverse portfolio. You don't have to go all in on one monocrop. You're not trying to collect corn subsidies. Deep agriculture cut. I understand I could commit myself to certain amounts of time a day and reevaluate the amount of time I spend on a weekly basis, but I would still appreciate any wisdom you could share on this topic. I think I am looking for practical advice more so than advice regarding introspective observation, like motivation, but I'm not entirely sure. I'll just throw a bunch of stuff at you and we'll see what sticks. Try to narrow it down to a couple things. And then just go with what feels right. That's what I would do. It feels more fun for it to be organic. The real fun in doing that, in like engaging in multiple interests, just kind of interspersed, is that you start to form connections between the two. Like if you're studying politics and you're studying history, you'll start to form those links there. If you're engaging in learning about food and you get interested in gardening, a lot of overlap there. But there's going to be overlap between any of them, whether it's history, whether it's politics, whatever sort of thing you're trying to get engaged with, whatever thing you're trying to learn more about. You're going to find that it's all interconnected. So just go with what feels right. You know, maybe go to the library, check out a couple books. Allow your curiosity to be your guide. And I think that's the way to do it to have the most fun, personally. You know, maybe for others, having it regimented and scheduled would be fun. Not for me, though. That's not really my thing. Those of you who find joy in organized schedules, we salute you. Cherry cola. One of the things that I like to do when it comes to fighting things, to study, I like to try to think back to when I was young. Think back to those moments when something just really captivated you. And it's always been something that you've wanted to learn more about. I find it's nice to revisit those things. Like, hey, did I ever find out how those things work? Or did I ever find out the real history of that event that stood out to me? Another thing for you, since you're looking for practical advice, study yourself for a bit. You know, try to find what times you are most engaged and wanting to learn stuff. You know, if you can figure that out, like what time of day, what day of week does it just feel best to just sit down and fully commit myself? What sort of conditions do I need to optimize that? You can turn your desire for self-studying on itself. Study how you like to study. What works best for you? When's the best time of day to learn some stuff? Because what you'll find is that different types of day, different days of week, you might not be in the mood to learn new stuff. And then you'll find that there are other times where it just, yeah, okay, sure, absolutely. I think for me, some of my best time to learn new stuff is after I have breakfast, but before I have lunch. There's a window of time when my brain is most attuned to learning new shit. But it might be different for you. We've all got unique brains, and they all learn a little bit differently. So try to find what situations, what times, what sort of environment is most conducive to learning for you. You're going to do some learn maxing. So, I don't know why. Ever since I was a child, I used to be quite shy with parental figures. Neither it's my best friend's parent or anyone else. It just made me feel a bit awkward with them. I mean, yeah, they're gigantic. Do you remember how gigantic adults were? Or how gigantic they felt when you were a kid? They were huge. Remember what it's like when you were just coming up to somebody's knee, coming up to somebody's waist? When we're young, it makes perfect sense that we look at adults as something bigger than us, because they quite literally are. But that also has an impact on our own mental perception of things, and how we view ourselves in comparison to them. So it's not unusual to happen. Growing up, I was raised by abusive parents, and until I turned 18, I had the unhealthy idea that others, especially parents, being superior to me, and that my own purpose in this world was to serve and please others. Well, I think that explains it. I think you've answered your own question there. That makes perfect sense as to why you would feel that way. Because the idea of adult was dangerous to you. It felt unsafe, it felt scary. If that's the exposure that you have to adults, it's going to make you reserved, quiet, frightened to be around them. What this topic gets into is the topic of attachment styles, which I actually do have a short little presentation on. We can talk about it for a few minutes. Even though I know it's not really true, I still feel uncomfortable with parental figures, even if they are nice. I always have that feeling of, these people could ruin my life somehow, or got bad emotions, but I know deep down not everyone is like this. Any tips to help me overcome this? You being aware of it is already a huge step in overcoming it. Your awareness, that's the big part. For most people, that's the main struggle of getting over something, is recognizing that it's actually happening in the first place. So, we can recognize that when we were young, the idea of adult equals unsafe. Even though in the back of my mind, I now know that adult does not always equal unsafe. Some adults equal safe. And so what can I do here? If I'm trying to grow from this, if I'm trying to figure out what step to take in the next direction, I need to practice feeling safe. I need to recognize the moments when I do feel safe. I need to identify them. Point it out to myself. I feel safe. I feel safe around this person. Because you're trying to build new pathways. You're trying to build a new connection in your mind. And you've already got the foundation there. Because as you've mentioned, there's a part of you that recognizes that not everyone is like this. And so you just have to make that connection. And trust in your own ability to make that distinction between whether an adult is a safe person or an unsafe person for you to be around. Because that's the reality of it. There are unsafe people out there, and there are people that I can be safe around. I just need to be better at recognizing it when I am around somebody that does make me feel safe. Because the human mind likes to operate on the side of an abundance of caution. It's safer to just assume that every adult should be treated as if they are potentially unsafe to you. Because this is stuff that kind of taps into your survival mechanisms. It is really deep down in there. That doesn't mean you can't get to it. Doesn't mean you can't get to it. You're already feeling it. You're already there. It's just about strengthening those new connections that you're making. So recognize the people that you do feel safe around. Figure out why you feel safe around those people. What is it about the relationship that you have with them? What is it about how they treat you? What is it about how they make you feel? That's how you do it. You have to look at feeling safe as a skill to practice. And you can do that. Identify it, understand it, recognize it, experience it. What you've described here is actually not an uncommon phenomenon. Earlier I mentioned attachment styles. Camera. Here we go. mentioned how this topic ties into the concept of attachment styles. Which is essentially how you form relationships with others. How do you relate to other people? And having parents that are abusive can lead to anxious or avoidant or disorganized attachment styles. So you're working to try to build more secure attachment with people. I'm just going to breeze through this. I'm just going to breeze through it. But if you have any questions about it, feel free to let me know. It's necessary for us to attach to others to survive. When we're little, we depend on our caregivers to meet our basic and emotional needs. If our needs are met consistently, our caregivers are responsive and attuned to what we need, that teaches us that the world is safe and that relationships can be trusted. Conversely, if caregiving is inconsistent, neglectful, or frightening, that child may develop coping mechanisms that eventually become insecure attachment patterns. And so it's those early relationship templates that create the foundation for how we expect relationships to work. Now, just because this stuff is seeded down deeply within your being, because it's stuff that you learned as a kid, so it's pretty deep down in there, doesn't mean that it's not stuff that you can't work through. Something being seeded deeply does not always mean that it's more difficult to access. Sometimes it's just about knowing exactly where to look. Anyway, attachment styles can affect your life in any number of ways. It influences how you communicate, how you work through conflict, how you show intimacy and vulnerability, what your expectations of others are, or what you feel the expectations of yourself are for others. Your attachment styles can change. They're not locked in. And that change happens by having consistent, safe relationships, engaging in self-reflection and emotional awareness, even going to therapy if it's something you're interested in, and actively, consciously practicing those new patterns. What we're working towards is forming more secure attachment. It's not about being secure all of the time, because in moments of stress, even a securely attached person might feel anxious or avoidant. It's not unusual. It's just about feeling more secure, not whether or not you actually are secure. It's just about feeling more secure. Outside of secure attachment, there's anxious attachment. And this manifests as a deep fear of abandonment or being unwanted. You might crave closeness and validation, but struggle to feel reassured. So, anxious attachment, these people can appear to be clingy, but underneath it simply stems from a strong desire to feel safe and loved. On the flip side is avoidant attachment, in which case a person it basically becomes hyper independent. Like, you've learned that you can't rely on other people, so I can only rely on myself. If I let anybody get close to me, if I show intimacy or closeness to anybody, that's a loss of my independence. And so, a person with avoidant attachment may often struggle to express emotions or ask for help. They may prefer to keep people at a distance, especially during times of stress. Oh, I'll handle this on my own. Doesn't need to be anybody else's problem. They may come across as aloof or emotionally unavailable. And for these people, it tends to be, how much control can you have over your own feelings of vulnerability? And then you've got disorganized attachment, which is essentially both of the other two types, but combined. It's anxious and avoidant. It's hot and cold. So their relationships might be a bit more chaotic or unpredictable. There's this strong push-pull dynamic. They crave closeness, but also fear closeness. And so these types of relationships, if you've ever met this type of person, can be a bit intense. Is there a way to work around avoidant attachment while being in such a situation? I identified that issue and tried to rework an old relationship, but it's very hard when I try to open up to my partner but end up being disappointed again. Open up to somebody else. There are people out there that you could open up to. You know, if we have one person that's just disappointing us as far as what it is we're looking for from them, we either need to communicate our needs better, or we need to look somewhere else. You know, what is it that you are looking for from them? What is, and is it something that they're capable of giving to you? I feel like I might not be communicating my needs better either. Thanks for pointing that out. It's, you know, that's an important thing to learn how to do. You know, if there's something in this world that you want, you know, if you're trying to have somebody actually understand you, you've got to be willing to communicate with them, but you also have to be aware of how you're communicating so that they can receive the message correctly. You know, if I try to deliver a message but I sound too frustrated, I sound too angry, it might not be delivered appropriately. They might be too focused on how I deliver the message instead of what the message actually is. How's my tone? Is my tone good? If you're looking to strengthen your attachment styles, feel safer in your relationships, we can do that. That is something we can do. You've got to understand what your triggers are. You've got to notice them. You've got to recognize the patterns that you're forming in your relationships. Your awareness is your big strength here. We've been so caught up in the pattern that we don't see the pattern for what it is. So we kind of need to take a step back from ourselves so that we can see the bigger picture. We also want to practice learning how to regulate our emotions without suppressing our emotions. We want to try to let that stuff flow through us and not be emotionally constipated. Never imagined I would get the best kind of therapy from a person in a cowboy hat. I never thought I'd be talking to people online wearing a cowboy hat. So it looks like we're both surprised here. This is my safari hat. It's an Outback hat. Casey got it for me. It's my outside hat. A big part of strengthening your attachment is in challenging your old beliefs. You gotta start pushing back against those old beliefs. Fear of abandonment, feeling like you can't rely on anybody or that you're undeserving of love. Start pointing those thoughts out. Be like, hey, what am I doing right now? Get this out of here. Now your thoughts come by on a conveyor belt within your mind. Then you see a big stinky turd on the conveyor belt. Get it out of here. Start challenging those thoughts and offering yourself alternatives. Practicing vulnerability is also an important part of feeling safer. That's the paradox of feeling safe, is that when you're able to let your walls down, you feel way safer than you did whenever you had your walls all built up around you. Thought observation seems like a multi-purpose tool. Oh, it definitely is. The trick is just getting people to do it. The first step is to recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are simply the one that is experiencing your thoughts. You are the thinker of thoughts. Thoughts are just the byproduct of having a brain. And so if there's something about your thoughts that's bothersome to you, observe it, figure out what's going on. Open up the hood and listen for whatever weird squeak is happening, so that you can get in there and make some adjustments. Keep things running smoothly. It's important to recognize that your true power exists in how you respond to your thoughts. You know, do you have a thought that says, I don't deserve love, and then you just decide, I'm going to play around with that. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to work with that one. I'm going to build my sense of self off of that thought. What I found to be helpful is when you have a thought that's self-defeating, is to just look at it with curiosity. Be like, interesting. I wonder where that came from. How curious it is that my mind can create such thoughts. Oh, if you want this, this is a different slideshow. That link is from the other day. But if you want a copy of this one, I'll just go ahead and post it for you. It's this one. It's also important to strengthen our communication skills, especially when it comes to expressing our needs. Well, are we expressing our needs clearly so that other people can understand them? Unclouded by emotion. Big recognition is just to understand that you're not stuck where you're at right now. You might feel stuck, doesn't mean you are stuck. A relationship could become a place of safety, growth, and connection, even if they haven't always felt that way. Attachment styles. They're one of the things that's more popular that people will talk about in psychology. I've heard that people were putting their attachment styles in their dating profiles. Like that's where we're at with people understanding attachment styles. But I think that people in those contexts, they look at them more as like a horoscope. Like, hey, this is just who I am. I'm gonna be avoidant. I'm not gonna want to talk about stuff. Doesn't mean that's who you're always gonna be. Doesn't mean that that's who you're supposed to be, who you're meant to be. You can be somebody totally different. How can I find what I am passionate about? Something that I can choose to do as a career and also be into. That's the dream, isn't it? Or is it? I'm conflicted because there are people that will say, oh yeah, find something that you can do to earn a living. That's also something that you love to do. It's something that you're passionate about. I could imagine that in some situations that would be very gratifying. But I could also imagine that it could ruin it for you. There might very well be something that you're passionate about, and then you go and you work in that field, and it just makes you resent it, because now it's been entangled with capitalism. And capitalism makes things not fun. Nothing will ruin cooking for you. If you like to cook, nothing will ruin cooking for you than working in a kitchen. And so the idea is nice to be able to make a living doing what you really love. Personally, as I've gotten older, and I know, warning, older person advice. No matter what it is that you are doing, just try to find something that you can find a sense of pride in doing. You know, something that is in alignment with your values and virtues. You know, something that you can do in a small way that helps the world to be a better place. My buddy's an executive chef and he only eats takeout. Exactly. If you know somebody that works in a kitchen and then you are like, hey, you're a chef, do you mind cooking for the party coming up? And they'll look at you like, Pastry chefs are cool. Oh yeah, it's a whole different ball game. Whole different ball game. Being like a line cook or working in a kitchen, it's stressful. It's very hot. Whenever I ask myself that question, what do I want to do in life, I feel gray. The correct answer to that, in my opinion, what do I want to do in life? Live. That's what you want to do. You want to spend this life that you have feeling like you are living. And you can find that in so many different ways, in so many different unexpected avenues. It bothers me more than I can express through words and puts me in the state of identity crisis because I know can I even identify myself or associate myself with anything when I don't even know what I like as a result of spending my entire life of 23 years up to this point where I made choices only to make others happy or because I did not know any better? Hey, it's okay. It's alright. "23 is the perfect time to feel this way." It's okay to still be learning who you are and what you're all about. Don't ever stop doing that. The better you get to know yourself, the more you realize there's still more stuff to know. There's still going to be stuff that's going to surprise you. And so it's perfectly okay for you to not know who you are right now. In some ways, you do know who you are. And right now is a great time in your life to figure out what is it that you want to define yourself by. What type of person do I want to be? What type of friend do I want to be? What sort of changes do I want to make in the world? And where do I want to build on that? You don't need to have it all built right away. These are going to be ongoing, dynamic processes that will happen over this entire span of your life, and that's okay. You're always going to be in the process of getting to know yourself better. And it sounds like you've got a good start. Sounds like you're off to a great start. So what's your next step from here? Doesn't need to be a big step. Be a little step. If you want my opinion, I feel like an important step, if you're in this age range, not just you, questioner, but anybody in this age range, is to recognize just how much the existing system that we've been subjected to is heavily contributing to these feelings that you are feeling. These are feelings that everybody grapples with. But I feel like just the way that things have progressed over the years, it's just felt harder and harder for young people to answer those questions. Finding a job, but also figuring out what I like and dislike to do so I can choose how to spend my time fruitfully. If only there were a way to learn stuff no matter what situation we are in. Oh wait, there is. What you'll come to find in life is that you'll learn all sorts of unexpected lessons in unexpected places. Sometimes it's nice to just see where life takes you and see what you learn along the way. You know, if you find a job and it makes you money, that's a good enough place to start. That's the whole reason why we're getting it, is so that we can afford to live. It doesn't need to be something that I'm thrilled about, it just needs to be something that I can tolerate. If it's something that I can even learn to enjoy somewhat, I see that as a win. Now, of course, that's not what life is all about, so the job is the job. It is what it is. How we define ourselves outside of our working hours, that's what really matters. Wait just a sec, I missed a phone call. Let me see who this was. I'll be right back. If you call and don't leave a message, I'm just gonna assume it's spam. it's important enough to call me, it's important enough to leave a message. Shout out to spam calls for ruining the phone. Shout out to anonymous spam calls for ruining the telephone. All right. Question of the box. So, I've been struggling with sleep apnea for several years now, but these past few months of sleep have been particularly hard. I'm working my way through the healthcare system hoops, and I have a CT scan scheduled soon to look at my airways, but I really need some advice on how to manage my bad days. So you're getting all the healthcare side, because to my understanding, sleep apnea, oh yeah, definitely. Like, not getting good sleep, it really affects your mental wellness. Absolutely. So I'm glad to hear that you're navigating it from the medical perspective. I've heard that they make some pretty good, like, CPAP machines these days. Pretty light, quiet stuff compared to the old-fashioned ones. So hopefully you're able to find some answers and some relief there soon. I break down when I wake up on a Saturday and I just want to stay in bed all day, and I can't enjoy my day off by being with friends or being outside because I feel too tired. I tried just brute forcing it with caffeine, but it just doesn't affect me when I don't sleep well. Anyway, I'd appreciate any advice you have to offer. Thank you. Alright, so how do we manage the bad days? If you feel like you're having a bad day, that's okay. We'll start there. If you can recognize, like, yeah, today is just not my day, that's okay. But let's think beyond that. Is this going to be my entire day? Or do I just feel like right now I'm having a bad time? Am I going to write off the whole day as being a bad day just because I'm having a bad morning? Or... So I'm hearing that spending time with friends is important to you. Being outside is important to you. Are there things that we might be able to do where we combine those different things in a way that doesn't demand an expenditure of large amounts of energy? You know, we don't need to go out on a nature hike. But it might not be too much to go on a little picnic. It might not be too much to go even just go spend some time at a park. You know, maybe walk around a little bit. Maybe hang out on a bench or bring a little blanket. You know, you can find ways to take it easy on your day off outside of just staying at home. And I think that's part of what has you feeling anxious, is just that feeling of like, I want to go out and do stuff. And you can. It doesn't have to be anything demanding, though. You know, if you wanted to go out to the park and lay out a blanket, just enjoy some fresh air, just relax, maybe read a book. Sounds nice. Maybe bring some headphones, listen to a book or a podcast or music. In the meantime, you know, as you continue to work on things from the medical side, you can at least look forward to some additional relief. Hopefully things won't be as challenging as they are right now forever. Once you're back to getting some better quality sleep, these things shouldn't feel as challenging. I wish you many restful sleeps and pleasant days at the park with friends. It also might surprise you how being around other people can energize you in ways that we can often forget. How being around other people, especially people that we want to be around, it has a way of putting some wind in our sails. Got done taking my dog to the vet. They wanted to do $1,000 worth of work. I got it down to $300, but still, that's dogs for you. Woof. What's kind of crazy though is when you think about how much it costs to have something done for a dog, and then to have the same thing for a human cost like astronomically more. It's like, Kinda wonder what that's all about. It might cost you $1,000 for a dog, but if you're gonna do the same thing at a human, it's like, that'll be $35,000, please. Planning on bringing Atticus in for a checkup soon too, because he's also getting old. Don't worry, insurance will cover $20K. You'll only owe $15K out of pocket. Just make sure you reach your deductible. Just make sure you reach your $50,000 deductible. Otherwise, insurance isn't going to kick in. Also, you gotta make sure that the doctor's convincing enough when they call the insurance company and explain why they need to do the procedure. You know, you'll get some random person on the other side who's like, I don't know, I don't think so, I don't think that's medically necessary. He's also apparently covered in lumps. Some dogs will be that way. Some dogs will get those fatty tumors. Like Atticus, he's got some of those fatty tumors, and the vet always says that they're just benign, fatty. You know, we had them removed once, and then they just grow back. And so it's, unless it's like somewhere dangerous, it's not really something that you gotta worry about. But yeah, it's always important to like let your doctor know, or your vet know about any lumps. But yeah, when I took Atticus in, he was just like, this is just a lumpy dog. And I was like, okay, thank you. They're like, we could remove them if you want to, but they're just gonna grow back again. I was like, okay. But yeah, it wouldn't hurt to like get one biopsied perhaps, just to be safe. But in some dogs, it's quite common. It's right on his sternum and gets really red from him laying on it. Ah. Yeah, if it's causing him discomfort, might not be a bad idea to look into getting it removed. But that also, depending on what type of growth it is, it might just grow back, and it might even grow back bigger. Yeah, it's definitely something to just talk with the vet about and see what they recommend, what their options are, maybe even get a second opinion. Chat, I think. We're just gonna chill and play some Zomboid on the community server. Left unopened. Sorry to hear that, my friend. Perhaps they're still trying to figure out how to respond. You know, it definitely stings, but it's something that happens in life. I know that doesn't make it any better in the moment, but it's not anything about you particularly. It's just something that people do sometimes. People can be avoidant, people can be forgetful. Now, there's any number of explanations. Just try to consider all the possibilities. Sucks when I want their attention. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Leave text for hours sometimes. Oh. Too. And it's just one of those days. Let's play some games. We're going to be playing the community server. Ooh. Yeah, I have to pee. I'll be right back, and then we'll get in. If you have the game and you're interested, the information for the server is on the Discord. It's in the game channel. I've been playing on this server off stream as well, so you'll have to join us later. But I have an idea for an adventure I wanted to go on today. We're going to Coalfield. We're going to the cowboy reenactment park. Ooh. Yeah, chat, we're taking a break from mental health for the day. And I'm going to play some Project Zomboid for my mental health. So I want to have some fun before I go to this concert later. How's the volume? The game too loud? The game okay? So, to get you up to speed, I've just been exploring this area. We broke into the police station over here, and we were able to get the weapons locker open. Took a little bit of work, but we were able to get the weapons locker open. So right now I'm over here at this gas station. There is a bunch of storage units down the road that I want to check out next. But I've got... Oh, I think Beaver's coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's coming. Hey, you just woke up from your nap? You want to resume your nap on the desk? Yep, there he goes. He has moved over to the desk for part 2 of his nap. I might have to move you though, dude. I like having you on the desk, but not when I need to use the keyboard. Also not when you're at risk of getting me killed in this game. We'll risk it. I'm gonna do station wagon runs. Go into the storage facility.
Hey!
Dude wearing a suit? Is Colby Laney? Generator. Shit. What was that in? Was that in the in the unit itself? Okay, Beaver, I need you to... You're gonna have to lay down, Beaver. Thankfully, I killed a bunch of zombies over here already. Yeah, okay. You know what? Why is my van running? Okay, there we go. That was weird. You know what? We'll come back here later. Because that just attracted all of the zombies over here. Which actually might not be so bad, because then we can check out this parking lot. Maybe one of these cars has a key. Oh shit, now they're coming for me. Okay, never mind. Never mind. keep on down the road. We got some adventures in mind. Now it is getting a little late. Since we're on a multiplayer server, we don't need to sleep. So we'll just have to play through the night. Plot our course. I'm right here. Okay, Beaver? Hold on, Beaver. I can't have you nibbling on my fingers. Beaver, if you can just lay there, not on my keyboard, we can make this work. Can you not sleep unless everyone is? I don't know if it works that way. I think they just removed sleep from the game if you're in multiplayer. Alright, Beaver, you're not sharing a desk with me, Yeah, I think in multiplayer they just remove sleep, so you don't actually need to sleep at all. Now, could you all sleep to pass the night? Maybe. I think that's an option, but I don't know. Alright, so place I want to check out. I forget where exactly it is. I think it's right here. Phallus Lake. They added a bunch of stuff here. It's a bit bigger. Let's go down here. Let's go check out Phallus Lake. Yeah, because I do want to go over here because this is a military surplus store. I want to go hit up the military surplus store. This old dusty back road. Go up through this way. It's the sanatorium. Oh, they added the sanatorium, the abandoned town with the sanatorium in it. That sounds creepy. Yeah, that's new. Let's go check it out. Oh, and at night too. That's gonna be awesome. Yeah, a new addition in the game. New addition. The abandoned sanatorium. Let's make our way over. I don't think there would really be much there as far as loot goes. It's mostly just a creepy place. I wonder if it's overrun with zombies or if it's relatively clear. I also worry that it's going to be pitch black. Because the town it's in is abandoned, so I don't even know if it has electricity. Oof. That was close. Be careful driving at night. Ooh. So I'm turning on cruise control. I almost obliterated my van. Quite dangerous driving around at night. Especially out on these backcountry roads. Oh shit. Especially if you just run into a random group. You'll see that sometimes. You'll just be driving down the road and there'll just be a random clump of like 30 zombies standing there like, uh-oh. Here? I do. This is it. This is the road. It goes past the old sanatorium. It's pitch black. Which it might be. Looks like some lights are on over here, actually. This town is supposedly abandoned. It's got some lights on at least. So maybe there's some lights on at the sanatorium? Yeah, there's a light at the little guardhouse. Is there a gate? Already seeing some zombies. Quite a few zombies. Shit. Okay, yeah, there's a ton of zombies out here. What the hell? Lights are on, though. At least these lights are. This isn't even the main building. The main building is... This is just a small section of it. Okay, I'm trying to weave through these. Yeah, this is a horrible idea to come here at night. I have to get through some gate somewhere, and there's a bunch of zombies running around, so... The place is huge, though. We only saw these buildings. There's a whole giant complex. Massive. We can only assume it's completely overrun. So me showing up at night would not end well for me. Yeah, abandoned house. Shit, some construction workers. They would have some good shit. Hear you. Here you are. The hell? There we go. That's weird. Another one? I'm over here in the light, brother. are you doing? There you are. Oops. None of you guys has the key? This guy has a key ring. It just has a random key, not the key to the car. Fancy reflective sunglasses. Oh shit. Awesome. You look like such a chud now. Let's go. Yep. Okay, let's break into this thing. Cooler. That's useful. Mask, some gas, water bottle. What I like about these vans is that you can take stuff directly from your inventory and put it right into the trunk. Was gonna make it. We're fine. Is it making me blink? What do I need to? Because I had my flashlight on in the car. Oh yeah, that was why. I had my flashlight on in the car. What's crazy is how much better the flashlights are than your actual headlights in this game. If you're in the passenger seat, you used to be, I think they changed it, how it works. You used to be able to sit in the passenger seat with the really, like the heavy duty flashlight, and it would just light up everything. And then you could drive around like that. This right here is Coalfield. That's the old pirate town. Or not pirate, the old cowboy town. Looks like there's some stores and stuff over here too. What I'm really after though is actually right over here. I want to hit up that military surplus store. We go to Coal Town, but it's gonna be really dark. It's out in the woods. There's no electricity. Good job. Hopefully these back roads are nice and clear. Holy shit. Okay. Oops. Okay, gotta squeeze. Gotta squeeze through. Pardon me. I try not to hit zombies with my car because it messes up your car pretty bad. But yeah, those night driving. Ooh. Just standing there in the road like they got nothing better to do. I am locked in. Doing this at night is dangerous. I'm gonna have to... There's normally space to squeeze through. Sometimes you have to get out and like tow cars with your car, which you can do without any extra equipment. You just need your car. You just have to back it up to the other car and then go around the backside and hit the V button, and it'll let you attach it. Then you have to drag it out of the way. And that's always a pain. It's actually worth doing though if it's roads that you take all the time. That way you can just cruise down them without having to worry about remembering that there's some cars sitting in the middle of the road. You just blam into them while you're not paying attention. Alright, we're almost to our location. And hopefully the sun's going to be coming up soon. So let's go ahead and eat a snack. Got some food here. Let's eat this cookie. Let's eat this yogurt before it goes bad. Not going to do the donut, it's rotten. We will eat the orange while it's still good. We'll throw the chocolate bar in our fanny pack. The bat is looking okay. We got a hammer. It's in good condition. We're ready. Fan in the way. Scoocher. Oh, fuck. Okay, I can't fit that way. Couldn't even see what it was I was hitting. Let's try this way. There we go. Tight squeeze, but we made it. Okay. So the military surplus store should be right here. And it should also be swarming with zombies. Yep, that makes sense. So, what we're gonna do is post up under the streetlights. Oh, the sun's coming up perfect. I can actually see a little bit. Right, you guys coming this way? Perfect. I will loop around. Oh shit, there's an alarm. Ah, fuck! The alarm. Where's that coming from? Well, that's gotta drag a bunch of them in. Oh, it's over here at the food mart. Can I make it back to the road through this field? I can. Okay. A little off-roading. Shit. Let's get down to business. Let's get our hands dirty. I have my shotgun ammo on me. Let's take it, just in case things get spicy. I'm in need of a crowbar. I have not found a crowbar yet. I look so cool in these sunglasses, don't I? Don't I just look like such a chud? Is that a military helmet? We'll come back and check. Should have checked my character's voice before I made them. What's a hunting cap? Honestly, that might be even better. Oh yeah. Chud maxing. It's just how you survive the zombie apocalypse, is by chud maxing. God, I look like a guy who would record a a video sitting in the front of his car. That alarm at the grocery store really worked in our favor because it lured a lot of zombies across the street. Now, of course, the zombies still are just right across the street from me, so things could still very well get very hairy if I raise too much of a ruckus over here. The only good zombie is a dead zombie. I don't like to... Oh shit, there's a bunch over there. Oh my god! Okay, that's quite a bit. Oh, we might have our work cut out for us then. So many. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, let's start with these ones, I guess. Come on, big boy. This game gets me locked in. Because you gotta be locked in when you're playing this game, because one false move, one misstep could be a run ender. What the fuck? See that guy go flying? The corpse spawning can be a little bit buggy on the multiplayer, but it's fine. Tie-dye t-shirt? Sounds awesome. Alright, I don't like you over here roaming around. Doing whatever it is y'all are doing over here in the woods. Feel a lot better if I were able to loot this store with impunity without having to worry about somebody sneaking up on me. Let's see if one of these cars run. If one of these cars could run, I could just turn it into a battering ram. Might just end up dealing with this horde the old-fashioned way. Which it's actually a bit easier to do in multiplayer. Since your character doesn't get drowsy, you can basically just fight zombies for a really long time. How am I looking? I'm not strained, and I don't have muscle strain yet, so that's good. The only thing I really have to worry about is muscle strain. That's why I make my character max fitness. Is that your hair? Or is that a hat? I thought you were wearing a helmet. Sorry, Grandma. Nothing personal. Holy shit. There's quite a few here. Well, nothing to do except to get down to work, I guess. Let's go and switch to the hammer for a bit. The hammer will use less energy. Yeah. Killing is making me hungry. Still in perfect health. Let's see if this place is actually locked or unlocked. Oh god, there's so many. I'm gonna have to break in. Once the back door is open. There's a lot of zombies here, but there could be some really good loot in there, so it's worth it. Well, maybe they'll break in for me. God, these guys are so loud. Thank you. Just broke the window and... Oh, okay. Thank you. Saved me the trouble. Still so many out here. I'm getting queasy for being around all these dead bodies. I need to give my character a break. He's getting corpse sickness. Get away from all these dead bodies for a few. It's literally making my character sick. Let's go sit over here for a minute. I think I have a book I could read. Are they gonna come for me, or are they gonna walk past me? Where are they going? We're all going that way? Okay. Guess I'll just... Oh, wait, nope. There he comes. I don't have anything for nausea. Oh wait, there's a crowbar? There's a crowbar in my glove box? And I never checked? I've had a crowbar the whole time? Alright, we're no longer queasy. We just needed to get a break. It can literally make your character sick if you spend too much time around a big piled up mound of corpses. And so you're actually encouraged to get like a mask, like a gas mask or something. Try to lure these away. Ow, tree! Tree! Duffel bag on the zombie. God, I'm so hungry. Still so many. Just thinking about how I want to do this. Maybe I can do it over here where it's not so stinky. Yeah, let's go over here and fight, where it's not so stinky. It was just getting too stinky over there. It was making me queasy. I'm glad these zombies are loud as hell. This would be much harder if they were all perfectly quiet. Ooh, thought you had me. try to keep it moving this way so I'm not inundated with the stench. Ew. Oh my god. Alright. Let's keep smashing. I say the bat does create that satisfying clunk. Ain't nothing but a day's work. What's left? Just these? Easy. Let's eat some jelly beans. I am covered in blood. We made a real mess. We made a real mess out here. Look at all this. Nice vest. It's a crop top. Wrong body. Fingerless gloves, foreman vest. Oh man, I look so cool. What's the dog doing? He's snoring. Can you hear him? He's just snoozing. Keys. Taxi keys. Gas. Oh man, we're getting stanked out. Okay, let's get in this store. Oh, there's a zombie in here. That's fine.
Hey!
I'm gonna request you come out of the store so that I don't have to smell you. Can you come out of the window that's open, please? There you go. There you go. Alright. I hear another one banging around out back. Is he in the... Oh, shit! More friends. My god, it's so stinky over here. It's so stinky. Nice. For fuck's sake. How many zombies are out here? Let's eat some pretzels. Some fresh air, my guy. Water. Got extra water. I think it stinks in the store. Hanging on the security door. Well, that's gonna take him a while. In the meantime... let's check out some loot. Who is growling? Are they out here? Yeah, there they are. Alright, come on, I don't want you stinking up the store. We keep all the corpses outside. You can see, it only stinks when I'm outside, even though they're right there and the window's open. Get over here. So I'm trying to kill them all outside so I don't have to smell them while I'm in there looting. Yeah, I lured in a couple more. Still quite a few around, but I think I can safely loot. Oh, there's a gas mask in there. Come out here. Okay. I loot in peace. It was open the whole time? Shot. in the distance. That should lure some away. It's a scuba system. Okay, I thought it was a gas mask. Tent? What the fuck? What's going on out there? Oh shit, it's Jennifer Lopez! Jennifer Lopez is here. I was wondering who was doing all that shooting. Jennifer Lopez has arrived. Who's Jennifer Lopez? Are you unfamiliar? She was in a movie. She's been in a couple movies, I think. She also sang some songs. Waiting for tonight. Oh, you know the one. She used to live here, actually. 556, 556, 556. 556 is good if I find a gun that can shoot it. Damn, it's like 556. What I'm really after is one of... No, I'm not looking for that. Looking for a military backpack. Military pants? These are good. Chud maxing. Jerry can holds a ton of gasoline. Handy knife, awesome tool. Whetstone, sharpen some shit. Can't have enough hatchets. Box of water ration cans. There it is, military backpack. Yes. It's the best backpack in the game. Empty out. What the Jennifer Lopez is out there listening to Metallica? Holy shit. They're just out there farming aura. God, I'm just in here looting. They're just out there farming aura. Don't tell me I'm... Oh shit, Western Canteen. Pine Tree Keyring. Military boots. Reloading 1. What I'm doing is I've got my bag equipped in my hand, and I'm just filling the bag with loot. This one lets you make gas mask filters. Another military backpack. There's an empty military backpack here for Jennifer Lopez. Military jacket is a great jacket. It offers great protection. 30 bite defense, 50 scratch defense. Also, it goes with all of my mismatched camo. It looks so good in all these different colors. Oh wait, they have a green one. Let's wear the green one. That way it matches my pants. They got the urban camo. That one's sweet. Where did J-Lo go? Is this military backpack green? If it is, I think I want the green one. It is. It matches my my other stuff. Which one do I have equipped? They look so similar. Put them in my new backpack. Zombies. Yeah, we're playing some zombies. We're playing on the community server. J-Lo go? Oh, J-Lo's next door. Need to let J-Lo know that they've got a military backpack in there. Getting too hot. It's an army jacket. Take some layers off. Oh, no. I'm starving. This food is stale. Look at this sick jumpsuit. Two of you in there? Wait, I have a crowbar. Man, I am hungry. Just been eating candy and snacks. Not everybody work together. If we all work together, we'll get this door down in no time. Dancing. Oh, the door's open. Nice. Now we're talking. Tactical shot. Very immersive for the time period. This game takes place in 1993. These have guns in them. Some of them do. Not all of them. Because ooh, bunch more ammo back here. Martin of 5.56. Just taking some shotgun ammo. I won't be greedy. Oh shit, that's alive? What the fuck? Was a zombie in here the whole time? I walked right over it. Well, I'm disturbed. I put the recoil pad on this shotgun. I don't know if it's one of the ones that... Tactical shotgun. No, it won't let me. Holy loot, Batman. More ammo. What's this stuff? Modern blacksmithing at home. That's a good one. Medieval armory. Seem important. Control revolver, that's the one I was looking for. 357 pistol. It's my preferred pistol. Let's see if I can get another box of 357. We've got a mission. Alright, we're going to Coalfield. I Jello get here? I have some gas. A can of gas in here. I have so much stuff in here. Holy shit. This van is so huge. It's got 202 capacity. I've got so much stuff in it. I've got all sorts of books. I got food. I've got a little bit of ammo, but I haven't been like I've been trying not to like hoard a bunch of ammo. Somewhere else. Going to Coalfield. It's right over here. Not that far. I put some gas in that. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say I put some gas in that taxi for you. Oh, it's because I have a shotgun in my lap. It's a dirt road. Actually going this way, sorry. But zombies over here for some reason. Holy shit. Well, you know, I got this new shotgun. Got all this shotgun ammo, so... Go and do some... Shotgun jam. Can't reload it. Jesus Christ. It's in town. Oh shit, JLo's in the taxi. Alright, I'm ready to leave. I don't need to stay here and kill all these. I'm ready to get moving. Come on, baby. Come on. There we go. Was not expecting 100 zombies to just come wandering out of the woods, but it happens. Alright, J-Lo, we're headed to Coalfield. Okay, so that's some time. Animal trailer. If that were just a regular trailer, probably take it. But I don't really need to carry around animals at the moment. I'm not trying to start a farm just yet. Shit, I'm at 382, is that right? There's no way I killed that many. The fuck? Oh my god, I couldn't see it because of the tree. Oh my god, that's... Are computer games useful for the brain? They can be. They can also be bad for the brain, I guess. Kinda just depends on which one and for what reason. Truck that might have some useful stuff in the back of it. Shit. Yeah, playing games in general good for your brain for a number of reasons. It can help you to keep your brain active, it can help you to de-stress. I hope J-Lo is able to find the way out. Are they gonna try to brave the dirt road? Appears so. We're headed up here to Coalfield. I guess I could take this. Well, let's take this road. You can argue that anything is good for the brain. There are some things that are objectively bad for your brain, and we tend to call those things neurotoxins. Things that are actively like harmful and destructive to your brain. It's no good. Shit, car to fix it. Yeah, life is all about trying to find a healthy balance, you know? It's about taking time to do things that you enjoy, but also not getting carried away with it. So in this latest update, they made trees a bit harder to see through, and it's actually kind of... Like, what is this? Like, what? Can't see what's under these trees until I'm right next to it. I think that's something that they'll probably fix before too long. But it's a bit of a bug. Then I just need to be extra careful on these back roads. Shit. Squeezing through. Okay, I guess let's... games, for example. Playing games can be good for you in certain amounts. It can also be a huge time sink. We want to make sure that we're still taking time to tend to all the other needs in our life. Let's see if I can squeeze past this. I really want to have to do this with the zombies right next to me. Okay. Should go. Hey bud, how's it going? Don't forget, I've got flash drive. I need to be positioned differently. I've been listening to audiobooks for the last 2 months. Me too. What I've noticed is I tend to go through phases where it's like sometimes I just want to listen to music. Other times I want to listen to books. This is... Sucked. Alright, I'm never taking this road again. This road is a death trap. Learned my lesson. Books did you like the most? Yeah, what books have you been into? Shit. These trees make it so dangerous to drive now. Like fantasy. Like a good fantasy novel. Science fiction novel. I've been listening to Dungeon Crawler Carl. Just felt like listening to something that was entertaining. Let's see, I've got some beef jerky. Some beef jerky. Took a wrong turn in the woods. I saw. You're out in the middle of nowhere. Oh my god, you're like at this remote ass cabin, holy shit. You are up in there. What the hell? You might be able to get back around though. If you can make it through this way. Now this road right here is a death trap. So I would just try to make it back out to the highway, because I had such a hard time getting up this road. Found a little cabin though. That's sweet. A little shack in the woods. We've made it. We've made it to Coalfield. It's the old cowboy town. There's some cars out in the parking lot. Nice. So there's a barricade, but I'm wondering, maybe I can fit through. Looks like I can. Nice. Made it to the cowboy town. We're here. Look at this guy's top hat. Wait, where did his outfit go? His outfit disappeared. What the fuck? I wanted that top hat. What the hell? That's crazy. What? I hit him so hard his clothes flew off. I wanted that top hat. Wanted that top hat real bad. Oh my god, a sombrero. Or is that a sun hat? Looks like a sun hat. That'd be perfect for Jennifer Lopez, a summer hat. Yes. Toy pistol. I can get the cap gun. Hope you're all in here wrecking shit. Is that a rain barrel? It is. It's a rain barrel. Okay, I can hear you. Where are you? Oh, there they are.
Hey!
It's getting dark. I'd have to camp out. I'd have to camp out here in the cowboy town. Check this place out. It's gonna get so dark out here, though. So I don't think there's any electricity out here. Gotta collect all the hats. This is the cowboy town. Fortunately, it's about to get very dark here. The only light I have is my headlights. Phone is coming off. Check it. J-Lo's just out in the woods. Total darkness. I wonder if you actually have electricity out there. I don't have any electricity where I'm at. I'm trying to see if there's any place. Looks like there's a little house down here. And a collection of hotties? Oh shit. So you found a gooner hideaway out in the middle of the woods? Is what I'm hearing? You found somebody's goon cabin? I'm gonna go back down here because it looks like there's at least some place that has some electricity. A lot of ammo too. Oh yeah, I bet. I'm glad they made it worth your while to drive all the way out into the middle of nowhere. There's a couple zombies around here. But nothing too crazy. Is this like a ranger station? There's a ranger. Is this person a ranger? They don't look like a ranger. Looking relatively clear. Bro. Yeah, Dungeon Crawler Carl is pretty fun. If you like video games, pretty fun. It's like 8 books. I made it all the way to book 5. Just this door? Have to break down the door to get in? There's so many zombies in this random backyard in the middle of nowhere. Just trying to find a place to shack up for the night. There's a broken window. Damn. Don't trust a house with a broken window. Cookies. Cookie recipe. Macaroni. Steak. Got a hell of a day. Let's make some steak. Had a hell of a day. Beer. This is actually a cherry cola. Oh, I can make some French fries too. Had a hell of a day. This is a nice treat. It's taking its time. Let's go and read a magazine for our sanity. While I'm cooking, so I can keep an eye on my food. dinner time. Firecrackers. In terms of loot. Oh! October 1967. We found a hotties. I should wash up first. Filthy. Yeah, as far as like the sanity goes, it's just something to distract you. It just serves as a nice distraction. Big splash, I was taking a bath. 407? Is that 407? There's also like movies and stuff that you can put on the TV. Also help with your stress. I've been eating plenty of food. I'm actually gaining weight. I'm at a perfect weight. Got that hearty appetite, so I need to eat more food, but that's fine. There's more than enough food. Fill my water bottles, though. A canteen for my belt. Western canteen that I wear over my shoulder. So much water. I also drink water out of a gas can, but sounds gross. Set her backpack down. Put in a chair. Enjoy this piece of literature. Just for the articles, of course. Hubba hubba. half of our steak. Sun should be up here at about 5 something. I can work with that. Don't really do much in the pitch darkness, but the sun starts to come up a little bit. It's only an hour in game time. Like 10 minutes. It's so dark out here at night. Battery looking pretty good. Is somebody in here? Somebody in here. Some ticket person is locked in the bathroom. If I wanted to get lights out here, I'd have to go find some floodlights. No electricity. Nice wood stoves. Right. Sun is starting to come up. A lot of varsity jackets. Like we had a school field trip out here. Wayne. Oh, perfect. Put on our jacket. Look at that hat. This plastic cowboy hat. Dry goods store. Dry goods. Thanks, they're open. God, they have a gallows. Sinister. It's overalls. Shells bandolier? Shells in it. He does. He's got a couple. Need to try this toy cap gun. Second fanny pack. Whoa, Atticus. Okay, I'm coming. Oh my god, please keep the top hat. Oh my god, yes! The embroidered western boots. Taking his whole outfit. Okay, I needed to get this dog before he barks my ear off. But I'm also in a dangerous spot. Okay, Atticus, give me. I'm coming. So glad there was another guy with a top hat and that it didn't despawn. There's a new sheriff in town, and it's me. Hate to do it to a deputy. Lovely hat. I see JLo out there in the woods. Gotta take back the sheriff's department. Rest of our steak. raccoon hat. See, that's what I'm really here for, is the rare clothing. Had to split. Alright, I'll see you later. God, more top hats. Okay, this is what I'm here for. That's the good shit. Cosmetic monocle. Cam is gone. Yeah, turn it off for a sec. Trying to wrap it up here anyway. Just want to secure this place. And I can kind of hole up here. See if any of these stores are open. General store. Cookie jar. It's got cookies in it. Okay, not so much food. A lot of like cooking stuff. Probably nothing in there. Is this like a restaurant? The break in. The blacksmith? Oh, look at this. Hey. Hey. Here. Here. Some good shit in here. Forge lantern. Welding goggles. An advanced forge. Nice. Do some blacksmithing in here. Bit of banging. Holy shit. Not the cap guns. I want it. It's fun. On all the cap gun caps. So many. Oh shit! Where did I put my crowbar? I accidentally put it in the trunk. Wasn't expecting the alarm system in the cowboy town, that's for sure. Oh no, my bat. Abe. Abe. Sorry, Mr. President. Quite a few zombies rustling around out here. My hammer. Fuck. Got a hatchet. Christ. I made it out with all the cap gun caps. Got what we were really after. Alright, chat. I gotta go get ready. It's a concert we're gonna be leaving for soon. So I'm gonna go park somewhere safe. Call it a day. Yeah, this is the community server, so feel free to check it out if you got the game. The info is on the Discord. Sneak this in. Alrighty. Alrighty, everybody. Before we go, we got one more question in the box. We got one more question in the box, so let's actually... Let me get this fixed. There we go. Alrighty. Hey, I just found out the guy I'm talking to is the brother of my sister's ex. My sister's ex has schizophrenia, and I think there's a chance the brother then could have it too. There is a genetic component, but it's not a guarantee. It's more so something that's passed down from parent to child. If one child has it, there is a slightly increased chance. This might sound ignorant, but should I be worried? Not unless there's something to be worried about. I don't know too much about schizophrenia other than that in some people it can make them do violent things. A schizophrenic woman in my city stabbed a horse, for example. Now see, the thing about schizophrenia, the thing about people who have an issue with psychosis, they are actually more likely to be the victim of a violent crime than they are to commit a violent crime. Now, people with schizophrenia, if they were to just have those sorts of like violent impulses, you would know ahead of time. It's not something that would just come out of nowhere. Hey.
It's so weird that I get to come in here now. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I thought you were playing Zombie.
Oh, I was. Oh no, we're good. I was just wrapping up.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you're wrapping up for the concert.
Yeah, I am. I just had this question in here that I wanted to get to before we go. Anyway, I think what you're dealing with here is you're noticing some of the beliefs that surround schizophrenia that society teaches us. For many people, it's kind of a mystery, but it's kind of scary. But, you know, there are people out there that have schizophrenia and you would never know. So what I would say is, you know, just treat them like a normal human and see where it goes from there. If there's anything to be concerned about, that's when I would be concerned. No, like typically people who engage in violent behavior, they're already in a spot where they're like very mentally disturbed, so it's like you would know that something's gonna happen. It's not something that happens just randomly. No, I wouldn't be worried. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried. Unless they start to do something that gives you cause to worry. And this is what we mean when we talk about how, like, mental health labels can be very stigmatizing. There's a lot of misconception, a lot of misinformation. It can be a very scary subject. But no, it'll be fine. Alrighty, everybody. That's gonna be it for me today. We've got a concert, so I'm gonna hit the road. Hope you all have a good night. It was fun hanging out with you, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye.